AIS Play รวมความบันเทิงคุณภาพเปิดความสนุกทุกที่ทุกเวลา
ส่งต่อความมั่นใจสู้ไปด้วยกันนะครับ
The Republic of Korea have an excellent record in the women's team event. They've won 8 of the previous 10 gold medals in the women's team event at the Asian Games, including the last 5. It was only in 1978 and 1994 where first Japan and then China took gold medals that the Republic of Korea failed to win the gold medal in this event. And this 5 Asian game winning streak in this event is the second longest in an archery event at the Asian Games. The Republic of Korea won the men's team event 8 times in a row from 1982 to 2010. Lee Hyun-kyung from Korea has won a record 3 medals in this event at the Asian Games. And a 9 to begin as PRK shoot first in the second set. Consistent 9 again. So 9-9-8 with their first 3 arrows for the PRK team. So the Republic of Korea 1 point behind after the first 3 arrows in this second set. And a 10. PRK fighting back in this second set. One more arrow for a very good second set for PRK. The 7 just opens the door slightly, a total of 52. And the Republic of Korea with 25 from their first 3 arrows. A 10 brings them right back into the picture in this second set. And another 10 with a total suddenly of 45. They need a 7 or better, a 7 for a tie and 8 for a win in this second set. And it's a 10. Well, a wonderful comeback in the second set from the Republic of Korea. And no wonder they are high-fiving and smiling widely. 55-52 coming from behind in the second set. It's Chung Hyejin, Kang Chae-yong and Lee Yong-yong from the Republic of Korea, leading 4-0, having taken the first 2 sets. They are a very strong team with the world individual champion and the bronze medal match contender in the team, and that wonderful history behind the Republic of Korea. So best of 4 sets, and this means that PRK must win this set to stay alive in this quarterfinal. The winner will go through to the semi-finals, of course, and then very close to winning a medal. May count as a 9, or it may count as a 10. It's close on the line. Seven. And a 9, 10, 7 and 9 for 26. And for the Republic of Korea, a 10. Very good start to this third set. Gives the rest of the team confidence. And the wind picking up just a little, an 8. And a 10. There's some wonderful archery from the Republic of Korean team. And takes the line for an inner 10 there. That's an excellent way to begin these last 3 arrows, trailing by 1 point after the first 3. PRK. Oh, and a 6. Oh, that's disappointing, and she bites her lip. That was young Ri-ji. And an 8. This might not be good enough. So a total of 50 for the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and 50 would not have won any of the sets so far. A 9. Total now 36, only 14 points behind. So anything better than an average of 2 7s is not going to be, will be enough. A 10. So 46 versus 50 just hit the target, and this will be a win to the Republic of Korea. And it is a 9. So 55 versus 50. Just waiting for the official score, but 55 versus 50 in the third set, and 3 straight sets won by the Republic of Korea over the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. They shake hands. Always were going to be difficult to beat with so many champion archers on their team, the Republic of Korea, in the teams event. So they are through to the semi-final, just still waiting for official confirmation, but unlikely to see that situation change. So it's 6 points to nil after winning each of the 3 sets fairly convincingly, but coming from behind dramatically in the second with 3 straight tens for a perfect set there. 3 tens in the second, 3 arrows in the second set to come from behind.
The winner of this match is Republic of Korea. Congratulations, you are advanced to the semi-final round.
Chung Hye-jin, Kang Chae-young and Lee Young-yong from the Republic of Korea. The victors over Kang Un-ju, Park Hyung-sun and Ri Ji-hyang from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So they bow out of medal contention, but Korea very much alive, the Republic of Korea here. And through to the semi-final. A total of 9 tens for the Republic of Korea and just 2 for PRK in that quarter-final. And of course with 6 arrows in each set, a total of 180 possible, 60 possible in each set. And if it's a 3-setter, 180 points were available. And 167 scored by the Republic of Korea to 147. Best of 4 sets. If the score is tied, there will be a shoot-off with 1 arrow for each team member. Didn't get that close in that first quarter-final though.
ก็ใครชวนมึง
ก็บอกว่าไม่ไปไง
ระเบิดเถิดเทิงอาทิตย์นี้ห้ามพลาด
อะไรวะ
ตัวเองเขาชี้หน้า
เฮ้ยยังไม่ชี้อีก
ก็กูไม่ได้ชี้กูขอโทษ
ก็บอกว่าไม่ไปไง
ลูกชายชื่อสักกลินจ้า
ไอ้สัก
สักกลิน
รีบหน่อยนะน้องพี่สายแล้ว
ไม่มีคำว่าสายถ้าวันตายยังมาไม่ถึง
ถึงโค้งไม่ต้องแซงเพราะความแรงคือตัวตน
มันใช้เวลาคิดคำคมใหม่อะ
ไม่ได้คิดแต่มันติดอยู่ใน DNA
กูไม่เอาแล้วเว้ย
ไม่มีคำว่าไม่ในพจนานุกรมของคนจริง
ไฟแมนสักกรินตูดหมึก
รถไฟไอ้สักเบรกแม่บอกให้เบรก
20 กันยายนนี้ทุกโรงภาพยนตร์
เชียร์ให้ดังเชียร์ให้สนั่นเสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้1 ทุ่มตรงชบาแก้วฟุตบอลหญิงทีมชาติไทยดวลแข่งกับทีมชาติจีนลุ้นไปพร้อมกันไทยเชียร์ไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ช้างศึกสาวไทยต้องไปให้สุดเสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้1 ทุ่มตรงถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง Workpoint ซุปเปอร์มัมวันอาทิตย์นี้ย้อนยุค 90 กับนักร้องเจ้าของยอดขายเทปกว่าล้านตลับคุณเจมส์เรื่องศักดิ์กับผู้จัดคอนเสิร์ตขวัญใจเด็กแนวปาเต้นยุทธนา
ถ้าเอาคนมาเต้น
ครับ
ถ้าใครต่างๆนึกออกว่าเป็นใคร
ต้องดูฮะต้องดู
เจมส์มึงดิเจมส์ลินบอกแล้วไม่ทายา
และ2 คู่รักคู่แรปปุ๊บปั๊บกับปุดแวนที่มาแรงที่สุดจากเวที The Rapper
พอกันทีสำหรับยุคเบียร์ทาสวันนี้ผัวอย่างเราจะมาประกาศเอกราช
หนูเลี้ยงพี่ด้วยข้าวแต่พี่ดันไม่เชื่องหรือว่าอยากกินหญ้าแล้วไปเป็นสัตว์เคี้ยวเอื้องวะ
ปิดท้ายด้วยการดวลความแม่นระหว่างอัจฉริยะพันจิ๋วกับอัจฉริยะไว้เก่าจากซุปเปอร์เทนและซุปเปอร์ซิกตี้
The next quarterfinal in the recurve women's team event featuring Indonesia versus Japan. And in particular interest here for the Indonesian team, Diananda Kurunisina, who is through to the final of the individual event at the age of 21. And there is the team, Diananda Kurunisina, and their opponents, Japan. So for Indonesia, Diananda Kurunisa, Titik Kusu Mawadani, and Linda Lestari. And representing Japan, Ayano Kato, Kaori Kawanaka, and Tomomi Sugimoto. So the question here really is, can the Indonesian teammates support Diananda Koirunisa, who shot so well in the individual event? 9. And first up for Japan, a 9, Sugimoto. And 7, Kato with the 7. And a 9 for Kawanaka. $25 for the first 3 arrows. Now, Koiranisa for Indonesia. Cuts the line and will score a 10. And a 9 is a very good start as well. Well, this Indonesian team are inspired in front of their home team supporters, home crowd, shooting above their world rankings. So the Indonesian team with 27-25 through the first 3 arrows. A good start for Japan with a 9 from Sugimoto. Now Kato. With a 9 as well. High degree of accuracy. And now Kaori Kawanaka. Can she keep the pressure on? And a 9. So 3 9s are 27 for a total of 52. After Indonesia scored 27 with their first 3 arrows. Oh, and a 5. Five and 7. A total of 39. So even the last arrow from Diananda Koiranisa cannot win this as the order is reversed. And a 9.
Indonesia got 4, 9, 5 and 7. And Japan 2 got 5, 9 and 7. We will wait for the official score from the tournament judge.
So 52 versus 48 through the first 6 arrows, and Japan should take this first set once it's confirmed. But yes, 5, 7 and 9, the last 3 arrows from Indonesia, which is a disappointing finish for them after leading through the first 3 arrows. So the Indonesian team with 24-year-old Titik Kusumawardani, who went to the World Championships in 2015 and finished 17th in the women's team. 124 in the world, her individual ranking. Linda Lestari, 24 years old as well, with an individual ranking of 111. She finished in World Cup events with a 33rd and 57th event this year, but did win a silver medal at the Southeast Asian Games in 2017 in the women's team. And then we come to 21-year-old Danianda Koiranisa, who, coming into the World Games, to the Asian Games, had an individual ranking of 59th, but after making it through to the individual final, you can be bet her world ranking will improve. At the Asian Games, when she was just 17, she finished 5th in the women's team and 6th in the individual, and 17th at the 2015 World Championships in the women's team. So she's the team leader at the age of just 21. And through the first 3 arrows, they bonded really well, inspired by the team, the crowd applause, but just fell away. So can they rebound in the second set? It's Diananda Korosina first. And a 10. A 9. A solid combination. Linda Lestari with the last arrow. Now Japan. A 9 first up, chasing 27. Ooh. Kato with a 6. Sugimoto with the 9, and then Kato with a 6. And now Kaori Kawanaka with a 9. For a total of 24. The 6 let them down. So for the second time, Indonesia have the lead at the midway point after 3 arrows. Consistent 8s from Kusumawandi and Lestari. Koirusina. It does look like an 8. So 3 8s consistent, but not quite high enough for a total of 51. A 9 helps Japan's cause. A 9 from Kawanaka. A 10. A 10 from Kato. Kato with a 6 on a first arrow and a 10 this time. An 8 to tie here. Oh, and it's even better than that. It's a 10. So Japan coming through when it counts in the second set again. Just as Indonesia have a lead, Japan come back. It's been the story of the first 2 sets. Japan 53 to 51 in the second set, waiting for official confirmation, but it looks like 2 sets to 1 to Japan, 4 points to 0. Spectacular view of that 10. The winning and losing of this quarterfinal will all be, as usual, about sets, best of 4 sets, and 2-point score for each set, 1 point for each team if it's a tie, no points if you lose. Matter of interest, overall points, as it stands right now, it is Japan 105 points and Indonesia 100. So Japan took the first set 52-29, the second set 53-51. If they win this third set or tie, that will be sufficient to win this quarter-final. The first arrow from Koirunisa of Indonesia, who will be in the individual gold medal match over the next few days. 9 to begin. Kusuma Wadani with an 8. And a 7 for Linda Lestari. Total score 24. Sugimoto with an inner 10. Now Ayano Kato. And a 9 for her. Kato always shooting second. Her scores so far are 7, 9, 6, 10, 9. Kawanaka. Oh, brilliant. A 10. It's a tremendous start in the third set for Japan. 10, 9, 10 for 29. They lead by 5. Well, it's going to take some 10s from Indonesia now. And it's a 7 for Lestari. Kusuma Wadani for Indonesia now. Important arrow. Very close. She'd like it to be a 10. It gives them a chance. Koirunisa with the weight of her country on her shoulders here. Needs a 10. Oh, it's an 8. It's an 8. So a total of 48. Japan in the box seat now. Whoa. Where did that 6 come from? From Sugimoto. Well, it's not a done deal. Wind 1.8 meters per second. So 5 points the difference, and it's up to Japan here. And an 8 will be enough for victory. That last arrow had to be 5 or better. Just wasn't quite the pressure that might have been expected. But it does appear that Japan have won the third set, which means they've won 3 straight sets for a total of 6 points, and it should be a victory in this quarterfinal to Japan. Just waiting for official recognition. The Japanese team congratulating one another. Ayano Kato, Kaori Kawanaka, and Tomomi Sugimoto. The judges are still checking over the score. And even though they may have been defeated, Indonesia in good spirits, smiles and good sportsmanship between the team. They look satisfied with their performance, which is the main thing. And they certainly weren't beaten by far. In each set, just 2 or 3 points separating the teams. But it has to be said, Japan, their performance individually and as a team, very good, and the win will be acknowledged.
The winner of this match is Japan! Congratulations, you are advanced to the semi-final round. Hadirin seluruh penonton yang aman, boleh Soekarno kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk para atlet Indonesia yang sudah berjuang berusaha memberikan penampilan terbaik mereka.
6 points to 0, 3 straight sets. Japan beating Indonesia in the quarterfinal. Japan go through to the semi-final, and Indonesia bow out of the women's recurve team event. A total of 157, the official score in the end for Japan, to 150. 3 tens for Indonesia and 4 tens for Japan, but in general just slightly more consistent scoring. And it is Japan who are into the semi-finals.
Palang หญิงไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 เสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้ 4 โมงครึ่งวอลเลย์บอลหญิงไทยพบฮ่องกง 1 ทุ่มตรงฟุตบอลหญิงไทยพบจีนส่งแรงใจไอเชียร์ไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง Workpoint เขากลับมาแล้วกับสุดยอดภารกิจที่โลกต้องจดจำเพราะนี่ไม่ใช่สายลับ 007 เขาคือสายลับ 023 งานนี้ไม่ได้มาคนเดียวพกคู่หูสุดมึนมาด้วยในละคร3 ชาติพยัคฆ์ร้ายสายลับ 023
ลูกชายชื่อสักกลินจ้า
ไอ้สัก ไอ้สัก ไอ้สัก
ไอ้สัก
สักกลิน
But we have 2 more quarterfinals still to be decided in the women's event. And the first of those is China versus Kazakhstan, and that will be followed by India versus Chinese Taipei. We now know that it will be Korea versus Japan in the first of the women's semi-finals. But we still have 2 more quarterfinals to decide. So our next quarterfinal of the women's recurve team event, it's China versus Kazakhstan. The Chinese team represented by Cao Hui, Zai Yu Jun and Zhang Xinyan, beating Kyrgyzstan in the round of 16, and Kazakhstan beating Malaysia in the round of 16. The Kazakhstan team of Alina Ilyasova, Luisa Saidieva and Farida Turkabayeva. First archers to shoot, it is China. And a 9 to begin. And an inner 10. So very good start from China. Nine, 9, 10, 28. And a 9 to begin for Kazakhstan. Ilyasova shooting first. And a 9. And that was Saidieva. And a 10 for Turkabayeva. They're both scoring 28 through the first 3 arrows. A 7 from Zhang Xinyan. And an inner 10. Excellent from Zai. Excellent shooting from China. Cao Hui with the 10 at the end. Oh, this is excellent accuracy from both teams. Saidieva. And she scores a 9. So this is very close. 8 points the difference on this first set. The last of the 6 arrows. Turkabayeva. And a 10. And she brings it home. Kazakhstan take the first set, 57-55. So very good start for Kazakhstan. And you heard me a moment ago talking about the nations that have figured among the gold medals in the women's team event. Well, we weren't mentioning Kazakhstan, or in fact once, I'm incorrect, once Kazakhstan have won a medal in this event in the Asian Games.
The winning goal official score against students with 2 points.
Now look at the flight of the arrow over the 70-metre distance. So China to shoot first. You can see the chest guard and the guard on the fingers. Ten to begin. Pleased with that. $10.99 for China for 28 in the first 3 arrows of the second set. Kazakhstan now.
8.
An 8 to begin from Alina Ilyasova. Luisa Saidieva.
8.
8. Trailing by 3 after the first 3 arrows. So Kazakhstan with some work to do. And the concentration and poise of China on display.
9.
The 9 from Zhang Xinyan. And a 10 for Zai. So Cao Hui for China can make this very difficult for Kazakhstan with a high score. Oh, and she certainly does that with an inner 10 for a total of 57. Three 10s won't be enough here. So Kazakhstan resigned to losing this second set, but still want to score highly as possible. And a 10. Turkbayeva. And a 9 to finish for a total of 53. but that won't be enough to win the second set. 57-53, waiting for official confirmation as China bounced back after Kazakhstan took the first set. Kazakhstan taking the first set 57-55, and China take the second 57-53, so it's one set all, and both have 2 points. So we will be going to at least 4 sets in this quarter-final between China and Kazakhstan. Cao Hui has been shooting very well here for China. She has experience at the Rio Olympic Games and finished 4th in the World Championships in the women's team event last year. But stepping up first is Zhang Xinyan. With a 9. Eight for Zai. Cao. 9-8-9 for 26 points. Solid start for China, but not as good as the beginning to the second set, which was 10-9-9. A 9 for Ilyasova for Kazakhstan. This could be a very important set with the score at 1-all. 1 set all. Ooh, a 6 from Saidiyeva. She just pulled away at the last moment as if she knew something had gone wrong in her technique. Need flawless concentration and repetition. 9. And that's a good shot from Tukbayeva. So 2 9s for both teams, but an 8 and a 6 from the number 2 shooter, making the difference. Over to China, leading by 2 in this third set. So an 8 or 9 for Zhang. Now Zai. Good solid shooting. Can hear the encouragement from Zhang Xinyan for her teammates. Wind picking up just a little. And an 8 for Cao. Staying in the same order of shooting, it's Zhang, followed by Zai, then Cao Hui. So 8, 9, 8, the last 3 for China, total of 51. And a 7. Well, they're 20 points behind with 2 arrows to come, so it's going to need 2 10s just to tie. And there's the first of them. So Luisa Saidiyeva, after a 6 with a first arrow, comes back hard with a 10, and it's over to Farida Tukbayeva. Can she score a 10 to tie? No, just misses. Any other time that would still be a good arrow. So 9, and 1 point is the difference in the third set in favour of China. That 6 was so important, the second arrow in the third set for Kazakhstan. China taking the third set unofficially, 51-50. Still checking on one arrow, but that first arrow of the second end scoring an 8 or a 9, so it may improve, but it's not going to matter because either way China will win the second set and should lead 4 points to 2 once we get confirmation of that. That's the arrow that scored the 6 that disappointed Luisa Saidiyeva. Confirmation that the third set was won. Actually, the score was 52-50. That arrow did score a 9 rather than an 8, so 52-50, a bit more comfortable for China. They lead 4 points to 2, 2 sets to 1 into the final set. And a 9 with the first arrow for Ilyasova. Oh, once again, Saidiyeva pulling away, and she can't believe that scored only a 4. That makes it extremely difficult to win from here. An 8 for Tukbayeva. Ilyasova, the youngest member of this team, she is only 17. Now Zhang. And a 10. Zai follows it up with a 9. Looking good for China right now. Ten, 9, 9 for 28. 7 points better than Kazakhstan. So this is difficult from here. Here is the young lady, just 17 years old, Alina Ilyasova. And she does her bit with a 9. 9 or 10. She scored a 9 with the first arrow, and the pressure now on this lady. Saidiyeva puts the sunglasses on for this one. Oh no, she's just lost her rhythm, and I'm afraid that is going to cost Kazakhstan. This should be the last arrow for Tukbayeva. And she plays her part with a 9 or a 10. So over to China. China already ahead with one error to come. And Cow finishes with a 7. And that is a dominant performance in the last set, the fourth set. Unfortunately, a couple of disappointing arrows for Luisa Saidieva, a 4 and a 5, and China continuing with their consistent form and taking the final set 54-44, 3 sets to 1, 6 points to 2, and the quarterfinal is won by China. So they were, as I said, consistent, a total of 8 tens, and in each set they scored 55, 57, 52, 54. In the case of Kazakhstan, it was 57, 53, 50, 44. So Kazakhstan can at least take some satisfaction from winning the first set, but from there on China took over, and China through to the semi-finals, and they are going to be a very tough competitor in those semi-finals. One more quarter-final to be decided. Some of the highlights from Zhang Yinxinyan here, who will also be in the gold medal final for the individual. And just shows you how difficult it is and how special the best are when at this level of competition you really are up against the best of Asia, and if you're anything below 8s or 9s, you are not in the competition really. Consistent work from all 3 team members for China through to the semi-finals.
Cheer พลังหญิงไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 เสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้ 4 โมงครึ่งวอลเลย์บอลหญิงไทยพบฮ่องกง 1 ทุ่มตรงฟุตบอลหญิงไทยพบจีนส่งแรงใจไอเชียร์ไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง Workpoint เขากลับมาแล้วกับสุดยอดภารกิจที่โลกต้องจดจำเพราะนี่ไม่ใช่สายลับ 007 เขาคือสายลับ 023 งานนี้ไม่ได้มาคนเดียวพกคู่หูสุดมึนมาด้วยในละคร3 ชาติพยัคฆ์ร้ายสายลับ 023
ลูกชายชื่อสักกลินจ้า
ไอ้สัก
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 สักกลิน
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athlete to the field for the quarterfinal review quality Asian Games 2018, Jakarta, Thailand.
The teams of 3 introduced for the next quarterfinal: India versus Chinese Taipei.
Quarterfinal for archery competition. On target 1, representing India. On target 2, representing Chinese Taipei.
So the Indian team featuring Ankita Bhakat, Pramita Daimari and Deepika Kumari, and the team from Chinese Taipei consisting of Li Qinying, Peng Chiamao and Tan Yating. And one of the stars, of course, for the Chinese Taipei team, Li Qinying. Individual competition, she will be competing for a bronze medal. And starting with a 10. A second 10. Well, that is the way to start. Ten, 9. Just one off the perfect score. So that lays down the gauntlet early here to India. And a 9. A 10. So another 9. Another 10 to tie. And it's a 9. 29-18 through the first 3 arrows. Chinese Taipei. Nothing but 9s and 10s so far. Looks like it may be an 8, possibly a 9. Total of 56. India need to double their score. An 8. There was 1 8 among the Chinese Taipei scores, or probable 8. So 11 behind, and even a 10 won't win this set. And it is a 10, but just 1 point short. So a high standard set by these two teams. Chinese Taipei with 3 10s in their 6 arrows for a total of 56, and India with 2 10s for a total of 55. A very good start from both teams. Neither will be able to make a mistake. Look at the accuracy from 70 metres. The target in total is 1.22 metres in diameter, but that central 10 ring is 12.2 centimetres wide. So from a distance, very tiny, about the size of a DVD or CD. So ends of 3 arrows, sets of 6. Chinese Taipei taking the first set to lead 2-0 in best of 4 set team competition. Two minutes to shoot the 3 arrows. And a 9. Cuts the line for an 8, the highest score. Could hear a lone voice a moment ago yell out, "Come on, India." Shooting from the standing position. And an 8. So 9-8-8 for 25. And now Chinese Taipei. Tan Yating with the first arrow. And in a 10. Brilliant shot. Two-point lead. And a 10. So that was Ankita Bakat with the 10. A total of 51 for India. A 9, a 10, and 4 8s. May not be enough, particularly when your opponents are scoring 10s. And bringing it home with a 9. A convincing score in the second set for Chinese Taipei, 56-51. 3 10s amongst those scores. 3 10s, 2 9s, 1 8, and all archers shooting accurately, 56-51, and 2 sets to 1, 4 points to 0. It's Chinese Taipei going ahead here. very close to the pinhole, the small X.
Tagalong shoot first.
Li Qianying from Chinese Taipei, competing at her 4th Asian Games. She's also been to 2 Olympic Games and took a bronze medal in the women's team event in 2016. But now it's India, having to fight back here, having lost the first 2 sets. A solid 9 to begin. A 9 from Bakat that time. Oh, very close. 9, maybe 10. Total of 27 for India. 3 9s, good consistent shooting. Everyone scoring 9 so far. There is the arrow that changes the pattern. That gives India a 1-point lead after 3 arrows this end. Back to India. So a fine arrow there, the 10. India with the advantage right now. And a 9 keeps them, in a sense you might say, ahead. They're 20 ahead with 1 arrow to come. And an 8 just leaves a chance here for Chinese Taipei. (28) behind. And a 9. (19) behind. Well, that makes it impossible for Chinese Taipei to win this set. And a 9. So a good set for India. Just as it began to look as if Chinese Taipei were going to dominate and win in 3 straight sets, India come back. And you might say, by comparison, Chinese Taipei faltered. No poor scores. Chinese Taipei 9-9-8, 9-8-9, but those 2 8s just dragging their score down to 52. In the first 2 sets, they scored 56 both times. India, on the other hand, scoring 54, which is 1 behind the first set where they scored 55 and unluckily lost by 1 point, but 3 ahead of their set number 2. 4 nines, 1 10, 1 8. In fact, an adjustment to that score. Favouring India, not that it really changes things, but they did score 55 in total. So one score was upgraded. 55-52. They took the third set. It's 4 points to 2 in favour of Chinese Taipei. And we're about to begin the fourth set, which India needs to win to force it to a shoot-off. A 9 for the only left-hander in the group, and that is Ankita Bhakat. Well, not a convincing start. 8-9-7 for 24 for India. It's all on the line in this fourth set. They have to win it. A 9 for Tan Yating from Chinese Taipei. And a 10 for Lee, and looking at her scores, 5 10s, a 9 and an 8 for Lee Qianying. And that is a strong opening from Chinese Taipei. 9-10-9 for 28, and they lead by 4. This will be very difficult for India. Really need some high scores here in the next 3 arrows, this final end. And that's the way to do it, with an inner 10. 6 10s now for India and 7 for Chinese Taipei. Oh, a wayward 6. And that's disappointing after the 10 to begin this final end. One more arrow to come for India. Needs to be a 10, surely. And it's not. It's a 7. 19, the total lead. You wouldn't expect that to be enough after Chinese Taipei scored 28. And a 10 slams the door closed. Two 10s, and this is what you expect from Tan Yating and Lee Qianying. They have been almost exclusively in the 9s and 10s. And a 9 from Peng Chao Mao. So there it is. Chinese Taipei did everything that was required of them when it mattered in that fourth set. A total of 57 with 3 10s and 3 9s to beat India by 10 points in the final set. 6 points to 2, 3 sets to 1. It's just a matter of the judges confirming the scores, but unfortunately that a 6 and the second arrow of the final end meant India really couldn't compete in the final set. Well, India fought hard and particularly winning the third set, but it's not an unexpected result with the quality of Chinese Taipei. Lee and Tan combining to win the bronze medal in the women's team event in 2016 at the Olympic Games. So there's quality there, and they will be strong contenders for the gold medal, you would think. They have to go through the semi-final stage first, and if they are going to be contending for a gold or silver medal, it means the Chinese Taipei will have to beat China. So our semi-final lineup: Korea versus Japan, and then China versus Chinese Taipei. So the archery field will be prepared for those semi-finals, and later we will have the recurve men's teams quarter-final and semi-finals as well. So top-class team archery here in Jakarta, Palembang. 2018 Asian Games today, and the archery field here in this central area of Jakarta, right next door to the Jakarta Convention Centre, where we have so many different sports actually taking place in the convention centre and around. There's hockey, there's rugby, there is archery, of course, and wrestling inside. So many different sports. It's a wonderful centre of Asian Games sporting activity at the present time. And that's just scratching the surface. There are a number of other sports that have been competed in and will be in the week ahead. So here is the semi-final lineup. The first semi-final, it's Korea versus Japan. It's going to be neck and neck. It's really going to be tense in this semi-final between these quality teams. Korea versus Japan in the first semi-final, and then China versus Chinese Taipei in the second semi-final. Now we are close to the schedule, so we'll have to see just how long it takes to prepare for this semi-final, but we'll take a short break until they are ready for continuation of competition. the first of the recurve women's team semi-finals to take place between Korea and Japan. Chang Hae-jin, Kang Chae-young and Lee Yong-yong. And the Japanese team, Ayano Kaito, Kaori Kawanaka, and Tomomi Sugimoto. So Japan beating Bangladesh, and then Indonesia beating Indonesia in the quarter-final, and now taking on Korea in this semi-final. And it is the Republic of Korea with the first arrows and a 9 to begin. And inner 10, Kang Chae-young with the inner 10. .28 for Korea to start. That will score 10. An arrow on the line scores the higher score. Both score 28 on the first 3 arrows. 9-10-9 for Korea. 10-8-10 for Japan. You feel as if this has to be a 10. It's a 9. 8-9-9 for a total of 54, which is a good score. 4 9s, 1 10, but 1 8. So now Japan. Well, that may change things. A 10. And another 10. 2 10s to finish for Japan. Well, the score unofficially 57-54 for for Japan. So Japan scoring 10-8-10 with the first 3 arrows for 28, and then 9-10-10 for their second 3 arrows for a total of 57. And Korea 9-10-9 through their first 3 arrows for a total of 28, then 8-9-9. So just dropping the pace a fraction, and enough for Japan to come tearing through. 9-10-10, a really good finish with 2 10s and 3 10s in their first 6 arrows. So Japan take the first set and lead 2 sets to 2 points to none. The Republic of Korea to shoot first. And a score of 9 for Lee Yong-yong. And an inner 10. Wonderful shooting. Kang Chae-young scores again. And an 8. Sugimoto opens with an 8. And an inner 10. Ayono Kato. A valuable 10 for her. Now Kaori Kawanaka. So 8-10-8. Japan trailing by 1 with 26 points. All the archers having a little more difficulty now. You can see the clock on the right ticking through a total of 120 seconds, 2 minutes for the completion. A 10. Wonderful shooting here from Kang Chae-young. 2 10s for her. Now Chung Yae-jin. And she finishes with a 9 for a total of 54, 8-10-9, 54. Over to Japan. A 7. Seven, the lowest score yet, and the only one below 8. Kato's in a 10. There are 11 behind, though, because of that 7. Sugimoto's 7 just left them a little too much to do. Kawanaka.
9.
So 7-10-9 for 52, not enough. (54-52), the second set unofficially goes to Korea, and they level at 1 set each after Korea lost the first set 57-54. So both will take 2 points now from each set win, and it's level at 2-all. So confirmation that it is 2 points each, both winning a set each. Japan won the first set, Korea won the second. This is a best of 4 sets. If it is tied after 4 sets, there will be a shoot-off. Each team member would have 1 arrow. Now Korea first off, and it's a 9 for Lee Yong-yong, who is just 21 years old. She, in the individual event of the World Cup in Berlin, took a first prize. A 10 from Kang Chae-young, who is right on top of her game here at the moment. And a 10-2 as well. A surge here from Japan. That extra 10 from Chang Hye-jin. I think I said a surge from Japan. It's a surge from Korea, of course, and now Japan with a 9. And a 10. A 10 from Kawanaka. So 9-9-10 for 28. But Korea 9-10-10 for 29. And Lee has been giving them a solid start each time. And she does it again with a 9. Her score so far 9-8, 9-8, 9, 9. So a lot of 9s there, but the one really setting the pace is Kang Chae-young, this lady. 4 10s and a 9 so far. And another 10. She can't miss at the moment. Brilliant shooting. 4 straight 10s and 5 10s out of 6 arrows. And not far behind her is Chang Hye-jin. Another 10 for her. Consecutive 10s for Chang Hye-jin for a total of 58. 4 10s and 2 9s in this set for Korea. And a 9 is not enough because Japan need 3 10s here just to tie in this set. a 9 and an 8 from Sugimoto and from Kato. Now Kaori Kawanaka, Asian medalist, bronze medalist in the women's team, 2014. And a 7, so a 9-8-7. Japan disappointed with that last 3 arrows. Probably not a lot to shoot for in the last 3. It was so difficult. So they're defeated 58-52 in the third set. And it's Korea leading Japan 4 points to 2. 2 sets to 1, scoring a total of 4 points to 2. Kaori Kawanaka from Japan finishing with a bronze medal in the women's team event back in London 2012, and then an 8th placing in 2016 in the women's team event. Current world individual ranking of 18 for Kaori Kawanaka, and she's shooting solidly here with 3 10s, an 8, 9 and a 7, but maybe we can discount that 7 because it wasn't really going to change that set. So the 4th set, and it is up to Japan. They're down by a set. They trail 2 points against 4 for Korea. And you have to say Korea are going to be very hard to beat because all 3 are in superb form so far. So it's Japan first with Sugimoto. And a 7 from Tomomi Sugimoto. Kato. It's a 10. And in a 10 too. How accurate. Kawanaka needs to be good. And it is good. It's a 9. So Japan 7-10-9 for 26 points. This is the 4th and final set of this semi-final. Korea with an 8 from Lee Jung-yeong. Now Kang Chae-young, who's been the best archer so far in this semi-final. And she just cannot miss. This is superb archery from Kang Chae-young. Every score has been a 10 except her second arrow, which was a 9. Almost as good from Chang Hai-jin, a 9 for a total of 27, 8-10-9. So Japan trailing by 1. This is a big arrow. It's an 8 after the 7 previously from Sugimoto. Kato with a 9, and wouldn't they love to finish with a 10 from Kawanaka? Last arrow. It's a 9, a competitive 9 for a total of 52. So 25 the difference. And a 9. Two 8s will be enough. And it's a 9. So 7 the difference. So as long as Kawanaka scores a 7 or higher, I should say Chung, and she does. She finishes brilliantly with a 10. Brilliant work. 55-52. 55-52. And it's Korea who go through to the gold medal final to see who will win gold and silver. 55-52 in the final set, the fourth set. And what a brilliant performance that was on the way through from Kang Chae-young. Every arrow, bar 2, was a 10. So a total of 6 10s and 2 9s. And not far behind was Chung Hae-jin with 2 10s, 3 10s I should say. So the women's team from Korea continues its country's magnificent record in the women's team event, making their way through to compete for the gold medal, winning this semi-final. A team of Chung Hae-jin, Kang Chae-young and Lee Jung-yeong. Very, very good performance. 6 points to 2, 3 sets to 1. Overall, 221 to 213. And in 4 sets, there were 9 10s. And Japan not far behind with 8 10s, but just unable to keep that consistency of 3 good arrows every time. There were 3 7s along the way. 1 in each of the sets, and that proved costly for Japan.
พลังหญิงไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 เสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้ 4 โมงครึ่งวอลเลย์บอลหญิงไทย พบฮ่องกง1 ทุ่มตรงฟุตบอลหญิงไทยพบจีนส่งแรงใจไอเชียไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง Workpoint เขากลับมาแล้วกับสุดยอดภารกิจที่โลกต้องจดจำเพราะนี่ไม่ใช่สายลับ 007 เขาคือสายลับ 023 งานนี้ไม่ได้มาคนเดียวพกคู่หูสุดมึนมาด้วยในละคร3 ชาติพยักร้ายสายลับ 023
Shooting for River Women Team semi-final round for archery competition. On target 1, representing China. On target 2, representing Chinese Taipei. Our archery judge for this match, Mr. Ari.
Now, the Reef Curve women's team semi-final between China and Chinese Taipei. China, too good on the way through. And defeating Kazakhstan in the quarterfinal, 6 points to 2. And now they meet Chinese Taipei. And Chinese Taipei very good in their quarterfinal as well. Chinese Taipei shooting first and beginning with a 10. And 2 10s in the first 3 arrows. Cuts the line, and it's a 10. Ten, 9, 10 for Chinese Taipei, 29, 9, 10, 19 so far for China. And it's another 9. So only 1 point in it after 3 arrows. Chinese Taipei with the very narrow lead, and the next 3 arrows now. 9. 8, possibly 9 from Li Qianying. And a 10. So a total of 56, exactly double what China got in the first 3 arrows. A 9 from Zhang Xinyan. A 9 from Zai. And it's up to Kai here. 8 to tie, 9 to win. No, 10, I'm sorry. And it's a 9. So my maths let me down there just for a moment. 3 9s, not enough for China. 55 against 56. So Chinese Taipei just awaiting confirmation of their scores, but on the evidence so far, they should win this at least 56-55, possibly even by an extra point. So there is a confirmation. In fact, there was an extra point. An 8 became a 9 on the first arrow of the second end. And Chinese Taipei taking the first set 57-55 over China. So China will shoot first, and stepping up here is Zhang Xinyan, who will compete on Sunday for a gold medal in the individual competition. And a 10. And a 10 for Zai Yu Jun. Two 10s to begin the first end of the second set. Cao. Ooh, just a little off target with an 8. And I say a little off target at this standard. The first 8. Total of 28. Three 9s so far from Li Qianying, and it's 2 9s here so far for Chinese Taipei. 7, possibly an 8, cutting the line. 997 is 25, 3 points behind. An 8 from Zhang for China. A 10 from Zai, who has now scored 3 10s and a 9. Just 20 years old. Now Cao Hui. And a 10 as well. They're going to be hard to beat here. 10-10-8 followed by 8-10-10 for 56. In fact, can't be beaten. So Tan begins with a 9. So far she's scored 10-9-9-9. And Li Qinying with all 9s, 4 9s in a row through this first and second set. And a 10 for Peng Chiao Mao. Well, at this stage, this is 56 versus 53. Chinese Taipei could potentially get an upgrade of a 7 to an 8, but it won't change the result of this set. And it will mean that China will level at 1 set each and 2 points each. Cao Hui, who has been the third archer for China so far in each of the ends, performed at the Olympic Games in 2016, 7th in the women's team event, recurve, and 9th in the individual. She's the oldest member of the team at the age of 26. Now Chinese Taipei to lead off in set number 3. 1 set each. And it's an 8 for Tan Yating. Now Li Qianying. And a 10. Well, she has a run of 9s, now breaks it with a 10. Peng Chiao Mao. Good solid scoring by all team members, 8-10-9 for 27. Over to China. And the cool and calm Zhang Xinyan. 10. And it's up to Cao Hui. With an 8. Both teams level, 27 after 3 arrows. And the coach pleased with these 9s or better. Certainly the 9s, stringing them together. Now, Pang. 3 9s in a row. $54, 8, 10, 9, and then 3 9s. And the 9s just keep coming. An 8 or a 10 could be the difference here. So 1 arrow to come, and will it break the deadlock of 9s? A 9 to tie, a 10 to win this set. And an 8 will mean a loss of this set. Cao Hui with an 8 on the final arrow. $54 for Chinese Taipei in this third set, 53 for China. Now the judges will be inspecting all of the arrows, but none were in dispute. So this score should stand 54-53 in favour of Chinese Taipei, which will give them a 2-1 lead and 4 points to 2. Liu Qianying in action with a 10. The first 10 she's had, every other arrow has been a 9. 5 9s and 1 10. Peng Chia Mao. So it's 54 all. 1 arrow did change the score. So an extra point scored for China, which makes their score 54, and it's 54 all in the third set. So 1 point each, and it is 3 all. So 3 points all here, and we're heading into the final set, the fourth and final set, unless there is a shootout. And it's Chinese Taipei first. A 9 for Tan Yating. Averaging 9 with the first arrow, Tan Yating. An 8 for Liu Qianying. Now Peng. With a 10 or 9 or 10. I think it is a 10. 10. Yes, it's a 10, all right. Total of 27. Now Zhan Xinyan. with a 9. Zai, a 9. The average score is 9 in this set. Cao Hui. She continues the pattern. 3 exact 9s for China, 27. A 9, 8, 10. Average of 9, 3 9s, 27 for Chinese Taipei. A 10 might make a difference. What a wonderful arrow from Tanya Ting. Both teams locked at 3 points all after 3 sets. And a 10. A 10. What a time to produce that. Li Qianying. So 2 10s suddenly from Chinese Taipei. Can Peng keep it coming? She does. Cuts the line. 3 10s. Well, this is an excellent score now, of course, for Chinese Taipei. It means that China must score 3 10s. Zhang, oh, it's a 10. She plays her part. A 10. 2 more 10s need to be produced. Zai Yujun. Oh, has it cut the line? No. It's a 9. Maybe an 8. Cao Hui, last arrow. And a 9 to finish. So China shooting particularly well, but not well enough. Chinese Taipei here. 3 10s, what a magnificent end to finish, a perfect end. And what a time to do it. That is championship quality. The score unofficially in the 4th and deciding set, 57 to 54 to Chinese Taipei. The judges will check the arrows, but surely nothing will change the overall result. Incredible. 3 10s with their last 3 arrows for Chinese Taipei, and there's nothing more I don't think that China will be able to do about this. Overall scoring 222 to 219 in favour of Chinese Taipei. 9 10s, including those last 3. In fact, it was 4 in a row in that final 6 arrows. 4 10s to finish for Chinese Taipei against a total of 8 10s. They do indeed. Chinese Taipei do make it through to the final. And there they will compete for the gold medal. Chinese Taipei guaranteed of at least a silver medal and a very definite chance of winning a gold medal if they can produce that kind of archery under pressure when it counts. Who is going to deny them? Well, the team who may be able to deny them are the team from the Republic of Korea. They are also in the final. It will be Korea versus Chinese Taipei in the women's recurve team final. Well, that was an absolutely gripping semi-final. And China must think, well, we went so close. They will be contending for a bronze medal against Japan. But Chinese Taipei, that was absolutely magnificent. The team of Tan Yating, Li Qinying, and Peng Xiao Mao through to the final. Next we have the men's recurve team quarterfinals in action. The Korean supporters pleased that they have the women's team through to the final, and now looking to see how well their men can perform in the team event. So we'll take a short break here until the men's quarterfinals begin. The men's team quarterfinals begin. Just a note for everyone listening that the team quarterfinals in the men's are due to begin fairly shortly, so it may not be a long break before the Republic of Korea meets India in the first of the men's team quarterfinals.
On the next one, representing Republic of Korea. On second two, representing India. Our world judge for this match is Joe. Gentlemen, shooting first.
This is the first of the men's team quarterfinals in the recurve bow competition. And in action, the Republic of Korea versus India. And it will be, it appears, Korea to shoot first. And the Korean team, led off by Kim Woo-jin, also Lee Woo-suk and Oh Jin-yek. Lee Woo-seok with a 10. Now the Indian team, comprising Jagdish Chaudhary, Atanu Das and Viswash. A 9 to begin. And a 10, not only a 10, an inner 10. And another 10 as well. A very good start from India here. Showing no signs of nerves against the highly credentialed Korean team. A 10 for Kim Woo-jin. Now Lee Woo-seok. And a 7 to finish. So total of 54 for Korea, and a chance here for India to begin by winning the first set. A 9 for Viswash after an 8 from Chaudhary, and now Atanu Das to finish. Needs at least an 8. And he gets an 8, possibly a 9. And the scores are tied, so that last arrow is all important. Has that cut the line or not? Possibly not, but the judges will inspect that closely. So it's 54 all as it stands. So Korea scoring 9-10-9, 10-9-7. The 7 at the end let them down. And India 9-10-10, 8-9-8, possibly 9. Dasatanu on the right, who competed at the 2014 Asian Games and finished 8th in the individual recurve and 9th in the men's team. So it is 54 all. That last arrow for India did score an 8. It's 54 all. The set is tied and both score a point. The second set begins. Kim Woo-jin. A 10 for Lee, his second 10. Not in this end, but one in the first end as well. And a 9 for Oh Jin Hyek. A 7 for Das. Now Viswash. Oh, and as gold as you like there. Viswash now 33 years old, oldest member of the team. And the youngest member of the team, Jagdish Chaudhary, finishes with a 9, and very good so far from the 18-year-old. Now Kim Woo Jin. A 10 for Lee. They're going to be hard to beat in this set. One more arrow to ensure at that. A 9 certainly makes it very difficult, no impossible. It'll be 3 10s required by India from here. Oh Jin Hyuk, who is 37 years old, oldest of all the archers in this quarterfinal. A 10. Jagdish Chaudhary, he may be young, but showing nerves of steel. And not far from a 10, which would have kept this end alive. And a 9 for Das. So 54 against 56, not good enough for India. The very first arrow let them down from Das, a 7, and that was all it took for Korea to take the first, I should say, take the second set. We saw the Korean women's team there watching the men perform. The Korean women's team are into the final.
Where we got the official score. Second one got 2 set points.
And that was the 7 from Das, the very first arrow that eventually led to losing the second set. So it's 3 points to 1 in favour of Korea after the first set was tied. 54 all, and then Korea taking the second set 56-54. A few leaves falling, indication that the breeze is not very strong. India now shooting first, trailing 1-3 on points, and a 10 from Das. That's the start he needed to the second set. Viswash strays with a 6. And when I say strays, I mean at this level of competition. Chowdhury.
Nine.
25 the total. Kim sets the standard for the third set. Kim Woo-jin, winner of the men's team event and individual event in 2010 Asian Games. Lee with a 10. He continues the standard. Can O make it a perfect end? Not quite, but an 8. So Korea leading by 3, and India must win this third set. Must win or at least tie. And Jagdish Chowdhury performing excellently here for India. 3 10s in a row for him.
10.
And a 10 as Vishwash bounces back from the 6. Good score here from Das. Can make this difficult for Korea. 9, is it? 9, just short of a 10 probably. So a total of 54. So if Korea are good enough, they can win it here, but it will take high scores. Kim Woo-jin. A 10 starts well for Korea. Now Lee Woo-seok. Another 10, 48. The difference is 6. So Oh Ji-seok can win it here for Korea. An 8 will be enough. Oh Jin-hyuk. So checking the scores, but it does appear that Korea here have won the third set, which would give them a 5-1 lead. So it does appear that the Republic of Korea have won this quarter-final. 5-1, 56-54 in the third set. 4 10s in that score of 56 for Korea in the third set. 3 10s for India, but the 1-6 letting them down, as did a 1 score of 7 in the previous set. So they're so consistent, apart from 1 arrow each time. In fact, you could even say that about the first set. And they shake hands. So the official score signified.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this match is Republic of Korea! Congratulations, your advance to the semi-final round.
Korea win this quarter-final. They defeat India by 5-1, and they are through to the semi-final. So the Republic of Korea on their march in the men's, as did the women earlier on their march towards a grand final. They are not there yet.
Hadirin kami informasikan bahwa saat ini kita sedang menyaksikan babak seperempat final dari kategori Bigger Man Team. Masih ada 3 pertandingan lagi di babak seperempat final ini, dan hari ini juga setelah babak seperempat final akan dilanjutkan dengan babak semifinal untuk kategori Bigger Man Team. Ladies and gentlemen, for everyone who is new to archery, I'll give you a bit background on how scoring will work. Different sets are designed using the set system. Competitors receive 2 set points for winning each end. If both score the same in the set, they will receive 1 set point. In team competition, the first to reach 5 set points win the match.
เชียร์พลังหญิงไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 เสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้ 4 โมงครึ่งวอลเลย์บอลหญิงไทยพบฮ่องกง 1 ทุ่มตรงฟุตบอลหญิงไทยพบจีน ส่งแรงใจไทยเชียร์ไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง Workpoint เขากลับมาแล้วกับสุดยอดภารกิจที่โลกต้องจดจำเพราะนี่ไม่ใช่สายลับ 007 เขาคือสายลับ 023 งานนี้ไม่ได้มาคนเดียว
The second quarterfinal in the recurve men's team event is the Islamic Republic of Iran versus China. China in the red uniform and Iran wearing the white shirts from the Iranian team represented by Ashrafi Bavili, Pirali Najafabadi, and Vasiri Teimourlui. The Chinese team represented by Li Jialun, Sun Quan, and Zhu Tianyu. China first. Very light breeze, under 1 meter per second, and a 10. Li Jialun with that 10. A great start this for China. Total of 29 from the first 3 arrows. And a 9, not far from a 10, the first arrow for Iran. Wind just a fraction stronger now. And a 7. A 10. So China beginning so well with 29 from their first 3 arrows. Iran 26. A 10. Eight, 10, and 9 for a total of 56. So this is going to be difficult for Iran. They need 3 10s to tie this first set. Best of 4 sets. Oh, could be a 10 on the line, cutting. A 9, possibly a 10. So this is a very important arrow on the last of the first set. And an 8 won't be good enough. But a good challenge there from Iran to a difficult task of needing 3 10s. So an excellent performance from China first up. 9, 10, 10, 8, 10, 9 for a total of 56. And Iran 9, 7, 10, but then needing 3 10s in a row. 10, 9, 8. Though a possible upgrade of that 9 to a 10. But the last arrow, an 8. And taking into account that arrow scoring 7, the second arrow of the first 3, also China will fall, I should say Iran will fall short, you would think, here.
We already get the official score. Target 2 goals, 2 set points.
So the official score 56-54. China take the first set and score 2 points. So the initial signal ticking down, telling the teams to get ready. And just a premature movement there from Iran, who will be shooting first and making sure that they obey the regulations. Probably a 9, possibly a 10. A 9. 25 points. A 9, possibly a 10, followed by a 7, and then a 9. China, beginning of their second set. A 9. A 9 for Lee. And another 9 for a total of 27, 3 9s. A 9 down by 2 points after the first 3. So a 9, another good score. A 10. Couldn't be much closer to the centre. That was Ashrafi Bavili. And a 9. So 53 points. And 10 to open for China. And you can hear Zhang Xinyan there barracking in the background through to the women's team final. That high voice, very distinctive. Down by 7 points. China with 1 arrow to go. And it's a 9. It's a 9. Final arrow. Good work from Sun Chuan. So it looks like another set win to China, 55-53. One possible 10 in there for Iran, but even that again won't close the gap sufficiently. They picked up a point last time on the judges' check. China with 5 9s and 1 10 in their second set for a total of 55. And Iran with just the 1 10, likely 4 9s and 1 7. And the judge checking the arrows and
We're ready to go. The official score. Take it to the 2-set point with 4 points.
so it is 55-53 in the second set. And China now winning consecutive sets, lead 2 sets to 1 and score 4 points to 1. So they are on their way in this quarter-final of the men's team event in the recurve bow. The recurve bow is the more classic bow. We'll have competition in compound bow tomorrow. This weekend, the midpoint of the Asian Games for 2018. And medals will be up for grabs on Sunday and Monday. It's an 8. The Islamic Republic of Iran team here down 2 sets to none. Need to win here. And a 10. Eight, 10, 8 for 26. First 3 arrows. Remaining calm, focused, China. A 9 to begin. Only a 6. And that is a surprise. So far, an 8 has been the only low score. Below everything else, a 9 or a 10. A 9. So China 24. Chance for Iran here. They lead by 2. They must win this set. 7, not quite what they would have been hoping for, but still. An 8. So a 9 means the total is 50. A 7, 8 and a 9 with the last 3 arrows. 50. 26 behind China. 9 helps get them back on track here in this third set. They already lead 4 points to 0. A tie or a win will be sufficient to take them through to the semi-final. And it's a 10. So this last arrow 7 for a tie. 8 to win and go through. An 8. So a 51-50 scoreline unofficially to China. They should be through to the semi-final. But because of the importance, the judge will check the scores here very carefully. The Iranian team shaking hands as if to concede a victory here. 51-50. In fact, well, it's unlikely that'll be anything less than a tie for China. Currently the score 51-50, and a tie would be enough. The Iranian team looking on in hope, but suspecting that they have been beaten. And the Chinese team likewise relaxed, but not yet assuming victory. Arrows in hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this match is China! Congratulations, Your Excellency, to the next stage.
So China do secure the win, and they do it in straight sets. 3 sets to none. 56-54, 55-53, 51-50. And this means China goes through to the semi-final. Iran bow out of medal contention. The Chinese team of Zhu Tianyu, Li Jialun, and Sun Chuen. So congratulations to China on victory in this quarter-final.
เชียร์พลังหญิงไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 เสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้ 4 โมงครึ่งวอลเลย์บอลหญิงไทยพบฮ่องกง 1 ทุ่มตรงฟุตบอลหญิงไทยพบจีน ส่งแรงใจไทยเชียร์ไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง WorkPoint เขากลับมาแล้วกับสุดยอดภารกิจที่โลกต้องจดจำเพราะนี่ไม่ใช่สายลับ 007 เขาคือสายลับ 023 งานนี้ไม่ได้มาคนเดียวพกคู่หูสุดมึนมาด้วย
On the second one, representing Chinese Taipei. On second two, representing Japan. Our royal luxury jet for this match, Mr. Haroon. We'll begin the first set of this match. Taiwan shoot first.
This men's event about to get underway. Chinese Taipei versus Japan. Quarterfinal of the men's team recurve archery. And for Chinese Taipei, Liu Weimin, Tang Chi-chun and Wei Chun-heng. Very good start.
Eight.
27 for the first 3 arrows. And for Japan, we have Takahiro Furukawa, Tomeoke Kuraya, and Hiroki Muto.
Seven. Eight.
8-7-8, 23. Japan 4 points behind after 3 arrows.
Nine.
A very competitive start from Chinese Taipei, a total of 55, including 2 10s, 3 9s, 1 8. So now Japan.
10.
2 10s in a row, but even 3 10s in a row won't be good enough. It's a 9 for a total score of 52 for Japan. So the first set goes to Chinese Taipei. And a reminder that the Chinese Taipei women's team are into the gold medal match, the final. They defeated China in the semi-finals, 5 points to 3. So a wonderful exhibition of archery from Chinese Taipei ladies, and they are in the final, so guaranteed of a gold or silver. And the Chinese Taipei men's team beginning strongly here against Japan, and a real possibility of going through to at least a semi-final. This is a quarter-final we're watching. So 55-52, the first set in favour of Chinese Taipei. Now Japan go first. Not quite a 9, 8. As it stands, 8-9-9 for 26 points. First end for Japan. At a 10. Very accurate for Chinese Taipei. And another 9. Ten, 9, 9 for 28. They lead by 2 after the first 3 arrows. Looking ominous for Japan right now. And that is the way to respond with a 10. And an 8 to finish. An 8 from Hiroki Muto. So a total of 53. Chinese Taipei. A 9. 7 behind. And confidently a 9. And Chinese Taipei on track to take the second set here as well. 55-53, the unofficial score. So straight, somewhat concerned faces for the Japanese team. Takahiro Furukawa, Tamaoke Kuraya and Hiroki Muto. Wait for the scores. Very consistent shooting from Chinese Taipei. 10-9-9, 9-9-9 for 55. Both teams with 3 10s so far after 12 arrows each. So it's 4-0 in favour of Chinese Taipei after they won both the first and the second sets. 55-52, 55-53. 6 arrows in a set. Perfect score would be 60. First arrow for Japan in the third set is a 7. A 7 there for Takahiro Furukawa. A 9. A 9 for Kuraya, and now Muto. And a 9 for Muto. So just that first 7 from Furukawa, not quite as high a score as they need at this point. Way with a possible 10, maybe a 9. Another 9 scores for Chinese Taipei. And another 9. 3 9s for 27, possibly even 28 for Chinese Taipei. So these 3 arrows, all or nothing now for Japan. They need good scores. They need to win the set. And that is better from Furukawa with the 9. It's had a mixed bag, a 7, 2 8s, 2 10s, and that 9. A 10 for Tomoaki Kuraya. He's had 2 10s, 3 9s. His first arrow was a 7, but otherwise very consistent. Consistently good. Muto with a 10. So this throws down the challenge to Chinese Taipei. They need 27, an average of 9 from their 3 arrows here. That will score 9. Chinese Taipei can win it here with 3 straight sets. And a 10. So now 9 behind. A chance here with the final arrow. And a 10. Magnificent archery. What a performance there from Wai Chun Hung, Luo Wei Min, and Tang Chi Chun. 55-54. Well, at least Japan know that they gave it everything they had in the third set, finishing 9-10-10. But Chinese Taipei say just demonstrating there's something happening in archery in Chinese Taipei, both the men and the women very strong. So just waiting for confirmation, but this quarter-final surely has gone to Chinese Taipei over Japan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this match is Chinese Taipei. Congratulations, you are assigned to the semi-final round.
Applause all round for a magnificent performance in the quarter-final by Chinese Taipei through to the semi-final, 6 points to 0, and they won the sets by 3 points, 2 points and 3 points in a straight sets win. Congratulations to Chinese Taipei into the semi-final.
เชียร์พลังหญิงไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 เสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้ 4 โมงครึ่งวอลเลย์บอลหญิงไทยพบฮ่องกง 1 ทุ่มตรงฟุตบอลหญิงไทยพบจีนส่งแรงใจไทยเชียร์ไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง Workpoint เขากลับมาแล้วกับสุดยอดภารกิจที่โลกต้องจดจำเพราะนี่ไม่ใช่สายลับ 007 เขาคือสายลับ 023 งานนี้ไม่ได้มาคนเดียวพกคู่หูสุดมึนมาด้วยในละครสามชาติพยัคฆ์ร้ายสายลับ 023
ลูกชายชื่อสักกลินจ้า
ไอ้สัก
ไอ้สัก ไอ้สัก ไอ้สัก
สักกลิน
รีบหน่อยนะน้องที่สายแล้ว
ไม่มีคำว่าสาย ถ้าวันตายยังมาไม่ถึง
ถึงโค้งก็ต้องแซง เพราะความแรงคือตัวตน
มันใช่เวลาคิดคำคมใหม่อะ
ไม่ได้คิด แต่มันติดอยู่ใน DNA
กูไม่เอาแล้วเว้ย
ไม่มีคำว่าไม่ในพจนานุกรมของคนจริง
ไบแมนสักกรินตูดหมึก
รถไฟไอ้สักเบรกแม่บอกให้เบรก
20 กันยายนนี้ทุกโรงภาพยนตร์
เพิ่งมาเปิดร้านใหม่ใช่ไหมครับมารู้จักด้วยนั่นเอง
จะนัดกันไปเที่ยวกับพวกเขาเหล่านี้ใช่ไหมอะ
เฮ้ยโอ้ยอะไร
พี่ผมไหว้เถอะพี่ไปก่อน ก็บอกแล้วไงว่าไม่ไปเที่ยวไง
ก็ใครชวนมึง
ก็บอกว่าไม่ไปไง
ระเบิดเถิดเทิงอาทิตย์นี้ห้ามพลาด
อะไรวะ
ตัวเองเขาชี้หน้า
เฮ้ยยังไม่ชี้อีก
ก็กูไม่ได้ชี้กูขอโทษ
ก็บอกว่าไม่ไปไง
ลูกชายชื่อสักกลินจ้า
ไอ้สัก
ไอ้สัก ไอ้สัก ไอ้สัก
สักกลิน
รีบหน่อยนะน้องที่สายแล้ว
ไม่มีคำว่าสาย ถ้าวันตายยังมาไม่ถึง
ถึงโค้งก็ต้องแซง เพราะความแรงคือตัวตน
มันใช่เวลาคิดคำคมใหม่อะ
ไม่ได้คิด แต่มันติดอยู่ใน DNA
กูไม่เอาแล้วเว้ย
ไม่มีคำว่าไม่ในพจนานุกรมของคนจริง
ไบแมนสักกรินตูดหมึก
รถไฟไอ้สัตว์เด็กแม่มองไม่แม่
20 กันยายนนี้ทุกโรงภาพยนตร์
เชียร์ให้ดัง เชียร์ให้สนั่นเสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้1 ทุ่มตรง ชบาแก้ว ฟุตบอลหญิงทีมชาติไทยดวลแข่งกับทีมชาติจีนลุ้นไปพร้อมกันไทยเชียร์ไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ช้างศึกสาวไทยต้องไปให้สุด เสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้1 ทุ่มตรง ถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง Workpoint ซุปเปอร์มัมวันอาทิตย์นี้ย้อนยุค 90 กับนักร้องเจ้าของยอดขายเทปกว่าล้านตลับคุณเจมส์เรื่องศักดิ์กับผู้จัดคอนเสิร์ตขวัญใจเด็กแนวปาเต้นยุทธนา
ถ้าเอาคนมาเต้น
ครับ
ถ้าใครต่างๆ นึกออกไหมว่าเป็นใคร
ต้องดูฮะต้องดู
เจมส์เจมส์เจมส์มึงดิเจมส์เจริญบอกแล้วให้ไปทายา
และ2 คู่รักคู่แรปปุ๊บปั๊บกับปุดแวนที่มาแรงที่สุดจากเวที The Rapper
พอกันทีสำหรับยุคเบียร์ทาสวันนี้ผัวอย่างเราจะมาประกาศเอกราช
หนูเลี้ยงพี่ด้วยข้าวแต่พี่ดันไม่เชื่อง หรือว่าอยากกินหญ้าแล้วไปเป็นสัตว์เคี้ยวเอื้องวะ
ปิดท้ายด้วยการดวลความแม่น ระหว่างอัจฉริยะท่านจิ๋วกับอัจฉริยะไว้เก่า จากซุปเปอร์เทนและซุปเปอร์ซิตี้ซุปเปอร์มัมวันอาทิตย์นี้เที่ยงครึ่งเจอกันนะจ๊ะ
เขากลับมาแล้วกับสุดยอดภารกิจที่โลกต้องจดจำ
We now move to the fourth quarterfinal in the recurve men's team event. It's Mongolia versus Kazakhstan. Mongolia in the red and white.
On second one, representing Mongolia. On second two, representing Kazakhstan. Our royal archery judge for this match, Mr. William.
The judge has an important role to play in keeping check of the competition and the exact scores. So representing Mongolia in the mainly red and white colours, it's Basanghu Adiyasurin, Batuk Hayak, Oktongbold, and Batar Puresvirin. Representing Kazakhstan, Ilfat Abdulin with the first arrow.
9.
And a 9. Denis Gankin and Sanzar Musayev for Kazakhstan. At 10. And an 8 for Sanzar Musayev, the 10 before him for Denis Gunkin. First arrow for Mongolia. A 10 for Otgonbold Bato Hiag. We are in central Jakarta and there is a lot of traffic and there is a lot of sirens and you can hear them in the background. That may have been police or even fire, ambulance. But the archers concentrating on their job, and we have two scores of 27 to begin. For Kazakhstan, 9-10-8 for 27. For Mongolia, 10-8-9. Now, Abdulin.
9.
Abdulin, just 20 years old. Dennis Gunkin with an 8 this time. He is 28. And Musayev, 24. 9-8-8 for a total score of 52. That cuts the line, and it's a 10. So Mongolia need just 6 points here with this arrow to win the first set. And it's a 9. So 55-52, and the first set goes to Mongolia by 3 points. Mongolia scoring 10-8-9, followed by 9-10-9. A fairly consistent start. And you could say Kazakhstan were fairly consistent as well, 9-10-8, 9-8-8. But three of those consistent scores were 8s. These spectacular slow motion shots, quite dramatic as the bowstring is released. And the arrow flying through the air. Occasionally you could see insects flying past on the slow motion camera. So the first set goes to Mongolia and they lead 2-0. And now Ilfat Abdulin, who competed in the individual event. And a 9. So he has completed 3 arrows and each time has scored a 9. Gunkin with an 8. Finished 9th in both the individual and men's team event at the Asian Games of 2014. Trying to get through to the semi-finals here.
10.
And a 10 is a good score for Musayev. Musayev in 2014 in the individual recurve event finished 53rd. For Mongolia, should score a 10, cuts the line. But Purevson with a 9. His score so far 8, 10, 9. One point ahead Mongolia after the first 3 arrows. Abdulin. He makes it yet another 9. Busayev, the last arrow. And an 8 as well for a total score of 52. And that was their score in the first set. A 10 for Otgonbold Batag Hyag. Now Bata Pure Ev Suren. A 10. His second 10. Three 10s, a perfect end for Mongolia. All archers scoring a 10 to tally 58. And Kazakhstan can only stand and watch. Nothing you can do. 4 10s out of their last 6 arrows and 3 10s out of 4 for the lead given to them by Otgonbold Batag Hyog. First arrow. He's had 4 and 3 times it's been a 10, once a 9. So he's giving them the perfect start. Here he is. Has an individual ranking of 90. Otgonbold Batag Hyag, but his performances here indicate that he could climb the rankings. Wants to become an Olympic champion, hasn't been to the Olympics yet. He is 21 years old. So 4 points to 0 in favour of Mongolia. They've won the first 2 sets, 55-52 and 58-52. Ilfat Abdulin. Everything's been a 9 so far. And that is a 10. He breaks his consecutive run of 9s in the best possible way with a 10. And Dennis Rankin scores a 9 and he breaks a run of 3 8s with a 9. So Kazakhstan improving here. See if Musayev can do the same. And a 9 for him as well. So he has had 3 8s and a 10. That makes a 9. So this is a good start for Kazakhstan in the third set. One they must win. Back to Mongolia. At a 10. He is performing magnificently here. Otgonbold, Batag Hyag. 4 10s and a 9. Purev Surin with a 9. And a 9 from Basanku. So not unnerved in any way by Kazakhstan, starting stronger. It's 28 each. Kazakhstan must win this end. 10. A 10. 2 10s in a row from Ilfat Abdullin, finding his range right on target, giving Kazakhstan a chance. Now can Rankin step up with another 9 or even better? Gankin with a 9. So consecutive 9s for him. It's up now to Sanjar Musayev to keep Kazakhstan alive with a good arrow here. Oh, they've all come good. This is fighting archery. Tremendous concentration and courage from Kazakhstan. 57. So Mongolia to tie need 2 10s and a 9. An 8. So it is going to be Kazakhstan's set. Purev Surin. Better to get the 8s out of your system now when it's not going to count. And a 9. 8 8 9 to finish for Mongolia. A total of 53 points. So you can see the calmness with which these archers operate. They don't get too excited over winning or losing each set. They just maintain calm. They don't want too little or too much adrenaline in their system. It's all about that focus and concentration, repetition of a perfect technique is what is required. It certainly takes some determination and resolve and calmness to shut out a situation you're in when you're competing at the Asian Games in a quarter-final. 57-53 confirmed as the score in the third set, and it's 4 points to 2 in favour of Mongolia, who won the first 2 sets fairly convincingly, but Mongolia suddenly finding they have a stern opponent in Kazakhstan in the third set. So it's Abdullin, Ilfat Abdullin to start again for Kazakhstan. And an 8. His first 8, 4 9s and then 2 10s before that arrow. Denis Gankin. An and an 8. Three 8s. May not be enough. Mongolia have had their eye in. A 9 to start. And another 9. Three 9s in a row for Mongolia, and they lead by 3. So you feel that Ilfat Abdullah has to lead off here with a 10 to really get his team going if they're going to win this set, which they must. It's an 8. 2 8s in a row. The wind sneaking up towards 3 meters per second. A 9 gives them hope. And what can Musayev finish with? Needs to be good. It is good. A 10 from Musayev. He comes through under fire. Sansar Musayev at the age of 21. But nevertheless, with a lead of 24, may not be enough. And that 24 lead is whittled away by 9. If this arrow is good, it's going to make it a formality. It's another 9, 45. So this last arrow only has to be 6 or better. And lining it up is Basanku. Oh, it's a 6 exactly. A 6 exactly might be enough, or should be enough. Unofficial score is 51 each in this 4th set, which would add 1 point to both teams, but would place Mongolia as leaders 5-3. They'll check the scores to make sure that, but I don't think there's any in dispute as it stands. 1 point each, 51 each. Well done. Mongolia defeating Kazakhstan 5 points to 3. And taking the first 2 sets set them on their way, 55-52 and 58-52. Kazakhstan showed determination to fight back in the 3rd and won 57-53, 51 all in the 4th set. And that gives the quarter-final to Mongolia 5 points to 3. So they are through to the semi-final now. And the men's semi-finals, it will be the Republic of Korea versus China in the first semi-final, followed by Chinese Taipei versus Mongolia in the second semi-final. So the Mongolian fans impressed with their men's team. It's been some great archery. Very accurate under the pressure of competition at this level. So we look forward now to the semi-finals. The first semi-final is scheduled to be held in about 12 minutes from now, but we'll just wait and see whether it may not take as long as that to bring the semi-finals forward.
พลังหญิงไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 เสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้ 4 โมงครึ่งวอลเลย์บอลหญิงไทยพบฮ่องกง 1 ทุ่มตรงฟุตบอลหญิงไทยพบจีนส่งแรงใจไทยเชียร์ไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง Workpoint
เขากลับมาแล้วกับสุดยอดภารกิจที่โลกต้องจดจำเพราะนี่ไม่ใช่สายลับ 007 เขาคือสายลับ 023 งานนี้ไม่ได้มาคนเดียวพกคู่หูสุดมึนมาด้วยในละครสามชาติพยัคฆ์ร้ายสายลับ 023
ลูกชายชื่อสักกลินจ้า
ไอ้สัก 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 ไอ้สัก
สักกลิน
รีบหน่อยนะน้องที่สายแล้ว
ไม่มีคำว่าสาย ถ้าวันตายยังมาไม่ถึง
ถึงโค้งก็ต้องแซงเพราะความแรงคือตัวตน
มันใช้เวลาคิดคำคมใหม่อะ
ไม่ได้คิดแต่มันติดอยู่ใน DNA
กูไม่เอาแล้วเว้ย
ไม่มีคำว่าไม่ในพจนานุกรมของคนจริง
ไฟแมนสักกรินตูดหมึก
รถไฟไอ้สักเบรกแม่บอกให้เบร
ก 20 กันยายนนี้ทุกโรงภาพยนตร์
เพิ่งมาเปิดร้านใหม่ใช่ไหมครับมารู้จักด้วยนั่นเอง
จะนัดกันไปเที่ยวกับพวกเขาเหล่านี้ใช่ไหมอะ
เฮ้ย
โอ้ยอะไร
พี่ ผมว่าพี่ไปก่อน ก็บอกแล้วไงว่าไม่ไปเที่ยวไง
ก็ใครชวนมึง
ก็บอกว่าไม่ไปไง
ระเบิดเถิดเทิงอาทิตย์นี้ห้ามพลาด
อะไรวะ
ตัวเองเขาชี้หน้า
เฮ้ยยังไม่ชี้อีก
ก็กูไม่ได้ชี้กูขอโทษ
ก็บอกว่าไม่ไปไง
ลูกชายชื่อสักกลินจ้า
ไอ้สัก 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 ไอ้สัก
สักกลิน
รีบหน่อยนะน้องที่สายแล้ว
ไม่มีคำว่าสาย ถ้าวันตายยังมาไม่ถึง
ถึงโค้งก็ต้องแซงเพราะความแรงคือตัวตน
มันใช้เวลาคิดคำคมใหม่อะ
ไม่ได้คิดแต่มันติดอยู่ใน DNA
กูไม่เอาแล้วเว้ย
ไม่มีคำว่าไม่ในพจนานุกรมของคนจริง
ไฟแมนสักกรินตูดหมึก
รถไฟไอ้สักเ เบรกแม่บอกให้เบรก
20 กันยายนนี้ทุกโรงภาพยนตร์
เชียร์ให้ดัง เชียร์ให้สนั่นเสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้1 ทุ่มตรงชบาแก้วฟุตบอลหญิงทีมชาติไทยดวลแข่งกัน
This team semi-final of the recurve men's, it's Republic of Korea versus China. Representing the Republic of Korea, Kim Woo-jin, Lee Woo-seok, and Oh Jin-hyuk. They defeated India in the quarterfinal 5-1, and China defeating Thailand and then Iran in the quarterfinal. And the Chinese team getting set, while leading off for Korea is Kim Woo-jin. An 8 and a 9 to start. 9 from Lee. Oh Jin-hyuk chimes in with a 9. Total of 26 points for the first 3 arrows. So we have Zhu Tianyu, Li Jianlun, and then Sun Chuen for China, an 8. A 10. So 2 10s and an 8, possibly a 9 for China for 28 points. Back to Korea and Woo-jin. Another 9 from Oh Jin-hyuk, so 5 9s and 1 8 in the score for Korea so far, 53 points. An 8 for China. And a 9. So a difference of 8. 8 for a tie, 9 for a win in this first set for China. And a 9. A 9. Excellent work. Sun Chuen standing tall and very firm with the bow and arrow in hand when needed. 54-53. The judge will check the scores, but if anything, the upside might be another point in favour of China. Zhu Tianyu, Li Jialun and Sun Chuen for China. Sun Chuen is only just turned 17 years old. The chant goes up for China. The Chinese women are excited. Two 9s to begin the third set for Korea. And that is a 10 from Oh Jin Hek. 28 points. Li with a 9. Li Jialun. And Sun Chuen with a 10. So 8, 9 and 10 to score 27. This is high quality now. China just 1 point behind Korea. Korea started with the first arrow for Kim was an 8. Since then they've been all 9s, bar the 10. And he's got another 9. So everything in their first 10 arrows has been 1 8, 1 10 and 8 9s. Lee ups the ante with a 10. His scores individually, 3 9s and now a 10. Oh has 2 9s and a 10. And another 10. This is tremendous archery from the third member of the Korean team, Oh Jin Hek. Now China need 3 10s here just to tie. And that will be an 8 or a 9. Nothing Sun can do here. So it's Korea taking the second set 57-53 and bouncing back, bouncing off the ropes. The first set went to China 54-53. And the second goes to Korea, 57-53. Both have won a set, both have 2 points. Kim Woo-jin and Lee Woo-seok, who competed strongly in the individual event. The score for the second set confirmed as 57-54. So a bit of momentum with Korea here, having just won the second set. And leading off, Kim Woo-jin with a 10. That's a strong statement from him. Lee Woo-seok. Lee a 9. The man with the impenetrable face gives very little away, particularly before and after contest. Now, Oh Jin-hek. After 2 10s, he scores an 8. 2 previous individual 10s. It's an 8 for him. 27, the total. Zhu for China. Lee. A 10. And a 10 for Sun. So China come alive. Leading 29-27 after the first 3 arrows of set 3. Back to Korea and Kim Woo-jin. And it's a 10. They're turning up the heat now. Both teams, both countries coming alive under the fire of competition, the rivalry. Lee Woo-seok. 9 and not far from a 10. A 10, they may check that, but called a 10. .56 the total score, 2 10s and a 9. China with an 8. Well, that could be the difference. 2 arrows to come in this set and 19 points required to tie. A 10 makes it a distinct possibility. 2 10s in a row for Li Jialun. And now needing that 9. Sun Chuen, an 8. Not enough. .56-55 in favour of Korea. The third set makes it 2 sets to 1 in favour of Korea. Korea 4 points, China 2. So now China must win the 4th set. And the Korean ladies team, who are in the gold medal match, watching on and very much hoping the men can join them in the final. The Chinese women were beaten by Chinese Taipei in the semi-final, 5-3. Unlucky to go down in that battle. And so they are cheering on the men now. In fact, now there's been a change here in the score. So once they check the arrows, Korea actually remained reduced, in fact, to 55. The original score was 56, if I remember correctly, and China with 55, so it's been split. It's 1 point each. And so instead of 4-2 in favour of Korea, it is 3 points each. So this is a dramatic intervention from the judges, checking the scores. 3 points each. And we go into set number 4. This is the deciding set. If it is tied, it will be a shoot-off. And the winner of this semi-final goes through to the final. Korea with a 10, an 8 and a 10. A 9 from O. A total of 27. An 8, a 10 and a 9. An average of 9. 27. And now China. The chances were just hanging by a thread only minutes ago, but right now they're, as they say, up to their necks in the competition. And a 9 to begin. From Zhu, now it's with Li. And Lee fires a 10. Three 10s in a row for Lee. Total of 7 for China versus 6 for Korea. And an 8. So it's 27-27. It couldn't be tighter. Both teams have won a set. The third set was tied, and it's 27-27 in the fourth set. And it's a 10. Oh, magnificent performance there by Kim Woo-jin. He brought it all together. A 10. Exactly what his team needed and when they needed it. Can Lee do the same? He can! The best coming to the fore when it's required. 2 10s in a row. 1 to come. 1 arrow to finish this fourth set. Oh Jin-hyek. A 10! 3 successive 10s. That is champion archery. But it's not done yet. 3 10s in a row, a total of 57. This means that China must score 3 10s. Wu. He doesn't like it. It's an 8. They can't win. That was Zhu Tianyu. Now Lee. And it's hard now. He knows they're beaten very hard to produce their best. When the energy just goes out of you. Sun Chuan deserves to finish well. And he may have scored a 9 there. So China tried ever so hard. Scored 27 with their first 3 arrows, but with an 8, 8 and a 9. Once that 8, the first 8 was fired, it was all over. What an incredible performance by the Korean team. 3 10s to complete their fourth set and the final end with those 3 arrows, all 10s, 57, 52 in the fourth set, and 5 points to 3 overall. Well, congratulations to Korea. The men are through to the final in the teams event. The Korean women are through to the final in the teams event as well. So guaranteed of a combination, if they both win, of 2 gold medals. If they both lose, 2 silver medals. It's excellent work from Korea. Bad luck for China. Tried very hard in both the men's and the women's, and still a chance of winning a bronze medal in both categories in the team's event. The accuracy was magnificent, and every one of the team from Korea contributing to the win, but that's almost unbelievable, isn't it? In the last 3 arrows, a perfect end, 3 10s. So they can be well satisfied with their performances individually and as a team. And Lee, as he does, Lee Woo-seok salutes while the other members bow and wave to the crowd. So we look forward now to the next semi-final, the last event, or last competitive event for the day, which is the last of the men's teams semi-final. between Chinese Taipei and Mongolia.
Cheer พลังหญิงไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 เสาร์ที่ 25 สิงหาคมนี้ 4 โมงครึ่งวอลเลย์บอลหญิงไทยพบฮ่องกง 1 ทุ่มตรงฟุตบอลหญิงไทยพบจีนส่งแรงใจไอเชียร์ไทยในเอเชียนเกม 2018 ถ่ายทอดสดทางช่อง Workpoint เขากลับมาแล้วกับสุดยอดภารกิจที่โลกต้องจดจำเพราะนี่ไม่ใช่สายลับ 007 เขาคือสายลับ 023 งานนี้ไม่ได้มาคนเดียวพกคู่หูสุดมึนมาด้วย ในละครสามชาติพยักร้ายสายลับ 023
ลูกชายชื่อสักกลินจ้า
ไอ้สัก ไอ้สัก ไอ้สัก
ไอ้สัก
สักกลิน
รีบหน่อยนะน้องพี่สายแล้ว
ไม่มีคำว่าสาย ถ้าวันตายยังมาไม่ถึง
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome darling to the field for your semi-final round regional men's team. Asian Games 2018, Jakarta Volleyball. Shooting for regional men's team, semi-final round for archery competition. On the second number one, representing Chinese Taipei.
So the second semi-final of the recurve men's team event, Chinese Taipei versus Mongolia.
Our world archery judge for this match, Chu Yinan.
The Chinese Taipei team, Luo Weimin, Tang Chi-chun and Wei Chun-heng. And the Mongolian team, Adia Suren Basanku, Otgonbold Batu Hayag, and Purev Suren Batar. Mongolia defeating Bangladesh and then Kazakhstan in the quarterfinal. And Chinese Taipei too good for Japan in the quarterfinal, 6-0. Chinese Taipei beginning with a 9 and a 10. Excellent start. Best they could have scored is 30, and they have scored 29. So that is a great start for Chinese Taipei. And now Mongolia. Double 8 to begin. Three eights, 5 points behind. It's going to be difficult to win this first set. Chinese Taipei. And another 9. So everything so far, 9s and 10s. And the pattern continues, so a very good start for Chinese Taipei. So impossible for Mongolia to win this first set, but a good opportunity to practice, and that is the way to show the opposition that you're here to compete, even if you're not going to win the first set. Get everything right, get the rhythm, get the understanding of the conditions and technique required, timing, get it all ready for the second set.
9.
Also important to accumulate some points to give yourself confidence and also to keep the opposition guessing. And a 10. So much better second end in the first set. 10-9-10 for Mongolia for a total of 53. And as I suggest, suddenly that says to Chinese Taipei, don't get too certain. We are very much here. They don't allow Chinese Taipei to in any way relax. And you want to keep your opposition tense if you can. The Chinese Taipei women defeating China 5-3 in their semi-final. So Chinese Taipei through to the women's final. And here we have the Chinese Taipei men attempting to join Korea in the final. Korea are in both men's and women's finals. So it could be Korea and Chinese Taipei in both in the gold medal matches. Chinese Taipei taking the first set here against Mongolia. Confirmed score 58-53. 4 10s in the first set from Chinese Taipei. So now it's Mongolia needing to fight back. Showed they're capable in the last 3 arrows. And that is a 9. A 9 for Otgengold Batahyag. Now Bata Purev Suren. An 8. Mongolia trailing on the scoreboard, shoot first. Now Basanku Adiyasuren. And a 9. A 10 for Chinese Taipei. They keep the pressure on. 26 points for Mongolia from the first 3 arrows, but another 10. Well, there were 4 10s out of 6 arrows in the first set, and Chinese Taipei begin with 2 10s here. And a 9. This is highly accurate. Two 10s and a 9 to make 29, so they lead by 3 again. The pressure is really on Mongolia now. And that's tremendous work with a 10 from Otgengol to Bata Yag. Now Bata Purev Suren, 21-year-old. And a 10 for the archer with the brim of his hat turned up. So 2 10s in a row, and Basanku already has 1 10 to his credit. And another one. Perfect end. 3 consecutive 10s for Mongolia. 56 points. Chinese Taipei with 29. And this is incredible. The marksmanship here of the highest degree. Puts them within range of getting more than 56. Well, it's a 9 or a 10. Probably a 10. And another 9. The Chinese Taipei taking the, well, as it stands, we'll just check these scores and make sure they're all okay, but as it stands, they will take the second set 57-56 with a possibility of even going to 58. So that is incredible to think that Mongolia scored 3 10s but will lose the set as it stands because Chinese Taipei started so well with the first 3 arrows, 10-10-9. And finished with 10-9-9, possibly 10-10-9. There is no chink in their armour. They are near perfect at the moment. 58 from 60 in the first set, 57, maybe 58 from 60 in the second set. Mongolia are opposed to a near perfect team. So confirmation, 58-56. That was another 10 for Chinese Taipei. So they have taken 2 sets in a row, 58-53 and 58-56. They lead 2 sets to 1, which scores 4 points to 0, and Mongolia must win this third set. And a 9. An 8 at this level is just not going to be good enough. Otgengold has scored an 8, 10, 9, 10, 9. He's doing his bit. Now, A 10. Hadi Yasuren Basanku getting stronger as he goes along. His scores so far 8, 10, 9, 10, 10. But Mongolia have scored 27. And here comes Chinese Taipei again. That's 3 10s in a row. In the past 3 ends, they've opened up with 2 consecutive 10s. Make it 3 in a row. A perfect end, 3 10s, and everything that Mongolia do, Chinese Taipei are doing better. Otkin Gold scores another 10. It's his third in 6 arrows. There's nothing but a 10 required here from Purev Suren. Must be a 10. And it is. Rising to the challenge. Can they score consecutive 10s again with their final 3 arrows? They did it in the second set. Basanku. Takes an 8. So the total score 55. They lead by 25. Remembering Chinese Taipei just scored 3 10s, but even 3 9s will be enough. An 8. An 8, not quite enough. Two more arrows for victory. A 10. A 10 for Wei Min Luo. And a 7 will tie and win. It's an 8. So 56-55. If the judges confirm it, Chinese Taipei are through to the final. They have won the first 3 sets in a row. Mongolia not giving up, hands on hips, waiting for the judges to confirm it. They're praying desperately that there's a 1-point change. If they get 1 more point, or Chinese Taipei happen to lose a point, it would mean just a 1 point shared between the two, which still won't be enough, in fact. But they would love to take some pride away from this semi-final. And the judges have confirmed that we have a result here. So confirmed 6 points to 0. So wonderful performance. Chinese Taipei, what a dominant performance it was from them. And now they will go through to the final. 6 points to nil over Mongolia. And in that final, it will be Chinese Taipei versus the Republic of Korea in the men's event. And in the women's event, it will be ditto. Republic of Korea versus Chinese Taipei. In the men's event, that means that Mongolia and China will contend for the bronze medals. There it is, the gold medal match for the women's team, Republic of Korea versus Chinese Taipei, and the bronze medals between Japan and China. And in the men's, it's a fairly similar story, except we put in Mongolia into the mix for the bronze medals. And there it is, as the sun sinking in the west here in Jakarta, the Republic of Korea to meet Chinese Taipei in the gold medal match in the recurve men's team, and it will be China versus Mongolia for the bronze medal, and that is a great achievement for Mongolia. The Republic of Korea used to being in the finals and winning gold medals, but Chinese Taipei, what a day for them. Guaranteed of silver medals and hoping for gold in both the men's and women's. Tremendous result for Chinese Taipei. And that completes competition for today. Tomorrow it's compound team action, and we look forward to your company then.
AIS Play รวมความบันเทิงคุณภาพเปิดความสนุกทุกที่ทุกเวลา
ส่งต่อความมั่นใจสู้ไปด้วยกันนะครับ